La da da dee da dee da. Dee da dee da doo. I gotta test the sound. Oh, that way it's good for you. And I'm really tired. I need to go home. I need to sleep now. I got a text on my phone. There's lights in the air. It hurts my eyes. If only there was more to do. More to rise. Everything is wonky. Everything is wrong. Everything is happening. Do you like my song? Okay.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Okay, back in the same hellish office as we left off. I too have been searching for my own outer inner office, if you get what I'm trying to say. I found a good job that pays just enough to cover the bills and get my money back from this game. And I recently got an interview last week, and my job is to do exactly what this is. And yeah, I told them I'm overqualified after playing this game. So I've decided to take a break from all my resume and applications, and I need a mental break, and I've been sleeping this whole weekend and resting for the week, which will be upon me soon. So, okay. Also, if you hear the fan in the background, that's just too damn bad because my computer does not need to overheat and explode during this playthrough, so. I mean, I'm trying to get my money back from this game. I don't need money to buy a new laptop, guys. I mean, I don't know. Once I become a patrillionaire and I don't need to work at a cubicle anymore, I can afford a fancy-pantsy computer, but I love my laptop and it's great. It actually can run really heavy games. I just have to, like, get my videos off my computer to free up some space on my hard drive. Yeah, what was I talking about? I don't really know. Stanley the narrator, I need a mental break, and I need you to help me out here.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Why are we stuck here, Stanley the narrator? I gotta take my bucket again. Hey, what's that say? Be my Valentine? Ew. Janice. Of course she wants the boss to be her Valentine because... you know. You know how Janice works around here.
The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker.
I don't want to be a
In
better
time,
co-worker.
Perhaps he would become both of those things.
No. I don't want to. Also, my computer's heating up, so hold on a second. Okay, the best we could do, I think. One day I will be a fulfillionaire, and I will have my own my own tiny closet that's soundproof instead of what we've been working with here. But you know what? It's okay. Buckets are good. I've washed all my clothes in a bucket my entire life. Actually, not my entire life. That's actually a lie. More like for a long time. Not my entire life. We do need a bucket of quarters, though, to do laundry, but, we'll do that later. Right now, let's just have some fun. Stanley the narrator, do you got anything new planned?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Left? Are you sure? I'm kind of bored with this, Stanley the narrator. Can't we?
No one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Yeah. Broom closet.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours.
Aww.
But alas, no stickers.
Aw, I want a new sticker. Wants a new sticker.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Also, do we gotta go up here, narrator? This is boring. Boring. I'm bored. You just repeat yourself all the time. It's boring. Open up. This is the bucket police. We're here to raid your stuff. Actually, I don't really know, but we have a warrant. It's in the bottom of the bucket. Fine, lock me out. See if I care.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire.
What was it?
If not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck.
Wasn't sheer luck.
Was the bucket guiding him? Yes.
No.
This is certainly the most logical explanation.
You know, I hate these things, but I guess I'll take it.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Seems like a waste of time to me. I guess I could have went back in the bathroom and got one. But you locked the door. Why do you always gotta lock the door on me? So rude. Fine. Stanley the narrator, this is
the elevator
boring.
raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty.
I think I got a paper cut.
The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
I don't know, I think I paper cutted myself. Ouch. I think I got a paper cut on one of those documents. Why? Stop zapping me. This bucket conducts electricity, you know.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Nah, I'm gonna go this way again.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
Nah, we'll be okay.
The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
We can't die, we're immortal. Alley up. Doop-a-doop-a-dee. Ow! That hurt. Hey, I told you, stop trying to zap us.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had
It's
turned
not
out to
meaningless, not
be.
meaningless.
It puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket. But what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is
Yay!
what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere.
No,
Farewell, Stanley.
I'm fine.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death.
No, it wasn't. I'm quitting. This is dumb. This is dumb, narrator.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
I don't like
Stanley
these balloons.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Bucket, I need you to stay here so you don't get crushed to death, okay? I'm gonna do some crazy stuff, alright? Just between you and me, we're gonna try to annoy the shit out of you-know-who. So you just stay there, buddy. And I'll come back with the quarters and the detergent, so just stay there, okay? Can I close this door? Oh, I closed myself in, jerk. Aw. Can't it open?
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Well, then how come the phone called me last time? Bye, Bucket. I will love you. Ba. I closed the door behind me. What? Fine, you jerk.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Why? If I follow you, you're just gonna bring me to the boss's office.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
I don't care.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Yes, truly a room worth admiring.
No, it
It had
isn't.
really been worth the detour after all. But
Dumb.
eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
I miss my bucket. Can I go back? Can I get the bucket? I actually kind of miss my bucket.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Meeting today. In the meeting room. Ooh. Wow.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket.
Yeah.
But Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed.
I am. I've always been lucky. I just never knew. And now I'm grateful.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his
No,
chest.
I'm going
This
to
was
this
not the correct
way.
to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
I'm hungry.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
Bucket's never wrong.
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No, we're going this way. I'm gonna tell the bucket what a meanie pants you were.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
That's not the bucket, that's you, silly pants. And you tried to kill me last time, and I was very angry. So I'm gonna show the bucket what a meanie pants you really are.
Good, said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
That's
Stanley
you.
did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
You're just gonna try to kill me again, aren't you?
In here,
said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Which dark room? That one's light, and that one's locked. Ba, 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 ba. That's not dark, that's light. Hello? Hello? Ba. Oh, this is the dark room. Okay. Ah!
Now pick up the phone,
said the bucket.
No.
Pick up the phone, and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
No. I don't want to. Why is there cigarettes here all the time? No. It's just Janice. I don't like Janice anymore. I'm just gonna let it ring. I don't care. Wish I had some snacks, though. I'm hungry. Can't I just unplug it? Bucket, unplug it. Unplug. Unplug. Cut the wire, bucket. Cut the wire. I don't know how, bucket. You have to do it. Okay, I guess we can't unplug it.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket.
No, it isn't.
Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend.
Yeah.
And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
He does. He's very nice. Unlike somebody. Cough, cough, cough. Hey, hey. Where's my bucket? Did you take my bucket? Distress. Distress. I need my bucket. I need my bucket. Distress. 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 Hey. Janice. There's a basket. Clock. Data? Is that you? Data? Data? Damn it. Jazz music. I love jazz music. Wow. I love jazz music. How did you know? Bucket! Bucket, I got you. Hello, Stanley, it's me, your Bucket. Press A to take me to work. No, we're not going to work. We're going to stay right here. What's that? We don't want to leave this shitty apartment. I want to sit here and watch TV. I want to watch TV with you, Bucket. I don't know about this decor. I mean, it does have a house plant, but they put the curtain right there, which is dumb. You should yeah, look at that one. You should always put the plants by the sun, not in the darkness. Kind of looks like my kitchen. It's so small. I like juice. I don't know about this area. This is a little questionable. So you walk in, you have the beige pages and your briefcase. I don't know about that. Maybe that's where you like take your shoes off and then you throw them right there. Got nothing in these cubbies, which is disturbing. The table's okay, but there's no bed. Where do you sleep? I'm assuming one of these is the bathroom. But there's no bedroom.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders.
Yes, it
Whatever
does.
Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
No, it isn't. He talks to me all the time. He's very nice. He's very nice, unlike somebody. Cough, cough, yet again. Bucket! I love you. Take me back home. Okay.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him
No.
delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say
You want some
something to
food?
him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
He wants a spot of tea. He likes his juice. And we got coffee. Smile! That's mine. Here you go, Bucket. I got you some tea. Aw, see, he was drinking tea. Look at that. Okay, let's go back to work.
Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me?
Yes.
Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think. It can't talk.
Yes, it
All it
does.
would ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location.
And that's
it.
good.
It doesn't do anything
But
else.
that's what a human being is. We're just liquid, walking containers of liquid, traveling to another container of liquid, talking to another container of liquid. Can't you see? Can't you see that we're all buckets? Maybe I'm a bucket. Maybe you're a bucket and you just don't even know it. And it's got my stickers on it too. Don't listen to the loud man. Press to go back home. Yes, Bucket.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from.
love you.
Me he trusted and listened to. Now
You
all he
killed
cares about
me.
is this awful bucket.
You
This
tried to
stupid hunk
kill
of
me.
metal.
You should probably turn that light off. It's wasting electricity. I like the mood setting though. We could watch TV, put some candles there, get some popcorn, snuggle in. Kind of looks like my couch, only my couch is like completely destroyed. It was a hand-me-down, but I put a blankie over it so it looks better. I guess this is kind of like my place, only I have my kitchen. I don't have a table where I eat at. I kind of just stand over here and go munch, 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 munch. Or sometimes I sit on the couch and I go munch, 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 munch. But my bed is like right here. And I have a really big window, which is behind me, behind the sofa. And it's really loud because you hear lots of noises. And then the walls aren't soundproof because you can hear all the neighbors doing bad stuff. Cough, cough. And then, I don't know. That's why I like my bucket, because we could just focus on what matters, right, bucket? Press up to ignore anyone in your life except for me. You got it. And it says 11:11 on the clock, so that must mean you're magical. Wow.
Sad. I suppose he doesn't need me anymore.
You tried to kill
From
me.
now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold,
It's not
empty
cold.
bucket.
It's
this
cool.
Sort of shiny bucket.
It's relaxing.
Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
It does. Work, work, work. Hello, bucket. You believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley? Press up to go back home. Are you the data man? Was it you the whole time, bucket? I don't think so. I think you're different than data. 'Cause he would recognize me. Although I did put 11:11 as my time, I think. I'm not really sure. It's getting kind of confusing, actually.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say?
It's real.
Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid.
But we all
Like it would be
transport
better at moving
liquid.
an amount of water from
Hello,
one
bucket.
room to another.
Hey! Bucket artwork. Look at that. Buckets. Gotta sink beyond the horizon, guys. And it says 0 o'clock. Bucket. The sunset. You gotta sink beyond the horizon. And our phone is way better than Janice's green phone. Alright, what movie are we watching? Pirates of the Caribbean. One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. We could watch Dragon Ball Z. That's always a good one. Or we could start with Dragon Ball from the 80s. It's a good one. I've never watched Sailor Moon, though, so we could probably watch Sailor Moon since that's brand new to me. What do you think, Bucket? 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 Press A to relive the same day with me over and over. Relive? Okay, I'll relive the same day with you over and over.
Oh my god, what am I saying?
Bucket.
Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket.
Oh, he's my
Why
friend.
do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
How come the bucket's got a shadow, but I don't? Am I dead, Stanley the narrator? Am I a ghost? I don't even have feet. Bucket, help me. I need your comfort. Press A to go home, to work, to go home, to work, to home, to work, to work, to home. Work to home? Okay. Are we working or are we going home? I don't really know, but I'll just do whatever you tell me to.
Oh no. I'm having feelings.
No!
For the bucket.
My bucket!
No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say.
He
Do anything
candles.
it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't
It
understand.
listens to me.
Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing.
No.
Yes. The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation.
Oh, he tells me what to do. No. He's my bucket. He's my bucket. You can't have him, Stanley the narrator. I said that this would be a great night if we had some candles everywhere. And lo and behold, look what the bucket did for me, man. He made me a cup of tea. And he put some candles. We're gonna watch a good movie. I'll let him choose what movie to watch, because he's the wise bucket. Aww. Oh, our bedroom is in here. Jazz nights. With the bucket. Yeah. Okay, we gotta be careful not to start a fire, though, okay? Be really careful. Be really careful not to start a fire. Aw, it's a bucket. Hee hee. Why is Alexa in here? You should get her out of here. We don't like her. Or is that a glass of water? I can't really tell the difference. But that's what we are. We're all buckets deep inside. Okay, bucket, what should we do now? And he's got my stickers, so we know whose bucket it is.
Stanley, give me the bucket.
No.
Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley.
Mine.
I need it. Give it to me now. Give it.
Close your eyes. Okay, okay. I'll close my eyes. It's so dark. Go back to work, Stanley. Go back to work? But he tried to take you from me. Bucket. Bucket, I really like the candles. Those are really nice ambiance. I really like the cup of tea. Bucket?
All of his co-workers were gone.
Bucket?
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Bucket! Bucket, I love you.
It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded onward.
You tried to take my bucket from me. This is my bucket. You tried to destroy the bucket, and then you tried to romance my bucket. What is wrong with you, silly pants?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
No, we're going this way.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
No, it's not. It's
And
boring.
here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well,
Yeah.
no, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
Bucket is never wrong.
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
I don't want to.
And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
This way. Aw, man. Bucket, he was trying to take you from me. There will be a reward for finding them all? Gosh. We need more planks? Huh? Oh. No bucket? What? Warehouse access plan. Produce 1 plank to allow ease of access past fence. Construct bridge to allow collection of shiny float. Retrieve Chris's remains from warehouse floor. Construct new structurally sound bridge. You killed Chris? Oh my gosh, Bucket. Oh my gosh. We need to go back to the warehouse. We need to go back to the warehouse. Chris's remains are down there. Gotta retrieve them. Trust the completionist instinct. Oh my gosh. There will be a reward for finding them all. New mission status. Says LOL looks like A24. Ha 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 ha. Or 27. Oh. That's not me. I don't even have feet. What do you mean it looks like me? Gotta collect them all. 5 there be, just take it from me. Well, one's in the bathroom. Is this some kind of game? There must be a point to this. There is no point. It's a waste of time, trust me. A large room, lots of boxes. Stairs, something to do with stairs. Somewhere both red and blue. A private but smelly place for an important person. Yeah, that's the bathroom. A large room with lots of boxes? Stairs? I don't know. Gosh. Good luck. Maybe we are the collectibles. Shut the frick up. How can we find them? I don't want to find them. Managed to pick up sounds unusual to our regular office ambiance. Analysis of the recordings allowed me to triangulate the source of the strange noise. Data shows that... Data! Data's there! In all likelihood, it's coming from the dark areas behind a very warm place. I also picked up what looks to be a reverberance off of porcelain surface. You mean the fireplace? Eh? 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 Please do not leave the office before reporting back to any new findings. Teamwork and communication are of great importance. Help, I'm a post-it. Oh my gosh. Bucket. Bucket, what should we do?
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we be in
Fine.
here for hours. But alas, no. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
But I'm looking for... There it is.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? Or what about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that.
Stanlerines.
Another Stanlerine
I like
under
that.
your belt.
Yeah. Stands. Okay, let's go back up to the bathroom. Alright, get off the toilet, Stanlerine.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley?
Figlies.
What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of
Like a
happiness
Fig Newton?
that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Stands. Just stands. To be rich is a crime. To commit crimes, isn't it rich? What a life it would be to have to pick just one. Hey, you changed it. To be rich, is it a crime? Well, it depends on what you did. To commit crimes, isn't it rich? No. Committing crimes is bad. Because then we all lose the game. Idiots. Wait, the fireplace. Fireplace.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire. If
No,
not
I
for the soothing
didn't.
presence of the
For
bucket. Even
two.
now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him
Four.
always. the bucket would. And he knew it. The two of them were inseparable.
Shut up.
At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared
I guess
with
I was
the bucket
right.
that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk.
I notice it.
Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the pin number for the keypad was 2845.
God damn it. 2, 8, 4, 5.
But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the
It's all in the
bucket
push,
guiding
baby.
him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical
All in the
explanation.
push. Wait, I could have went back down. Ba, 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 ba. This is pointless, and there's not gonna be a reward. Trust me. The bucket told me so. Okay, you told me to close my eyes, but why did it... What did you do? I think we should go back, Bucket.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Yeah. This is boring.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Nah, we don't. Bucket says to go back to the elevator list and find the remains of Charlie.
The
That's
monitors
very
jumped to
important.
life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
It's gonna be fine. He said not to worry. He said nothing but parakeets and a false freedom.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do?
102 has
What
been
kinds of things
fired.
does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place?
28.
These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking,
This is lame.
eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again... But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds.
See, he
Silly,
told me there would be
Silly
birds.
birds. The control buttons became active again.
Can we leave now? I gotta go potty.
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after
Oh,
another.
more
and then it dawned
birds.
on
He
him.
was right.
This
There are
wasn't a
more
mind
birds.
control facility at
I thought
all.
there was only 2
It
birds.
was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds
Look at
all over the world. The
Birds.
mind
More.
controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions.
Oh, penguins.
Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands. The one who had pointed him
Flamingos.
towards this incredible discovery.
Flamingos.
Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their
Parrot.
lives here in this
Ducky.
place, flipping through live streams
Ducky.
of the silliest birds imaginable.
He's trying to get
Of
some
all the possible
fish.
paths his life could have taken, this one was surely
Owls.
the best. And
Owls.
Stanley was happy.
Yeah. Aw, babies. Aw, hey. At least you saw the duck. How did I get back here? Shouldn't I be facing this way? Why am I facing this way?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Who
Stanley
cares?
decided to go to the
Whoa.
meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Figurine Finders Committee? Oh. Bucket. Bucket, help me.
Stanley cradled the bucket in a gentle embrace. Protective, yet delicate. Assertive, yet compassionate.
Bucket says to jump
Stanley
off the
clutched
platform.
bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Eating room? Nah. Bucket told me to jump off this time.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes.
Whee!
Go there.
Ah!
Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death.
Where's
that they
the
might
remains
die
of
in
the one
another's
guy?
arms.
Charlie.
How deeply touching.
What? No, where's Charlie? The remains.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Shut up.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Bucket.
Perhaps he had... Stanley's bucket. The only co-worker he would ever truly need.
That's true.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And
Oh,
here
it isn't.
was.
There's
Had
nothing
the
here.
bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Eating room? No.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go. Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
I see one!
Stanley did not question
I see
why or
one.
how this bucket was speaking.
I see it! I see
It
it!
should have alarmed
I
him, of
see it!
course,
It's
because
right there!
buckets-
Ah!
Stanley feared that any path he walked
I fell.
might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
No. Shit. I saw
Stanley decided to go to the
it.
meeting room to check on his co-workers. He
don't
never
care.
functioned well by himself.
I only
and
like
const-
bucket.
Is Stanley, without the bucket, really Stanley at all? No, no, surely not.
I love you, Bucket. Never let them take you away from me. Let's go find the Stanley
Stanley
figurines.
clutched the bucket tightly to his This was not the correct way.
The
to meeting room,
tangerines.
But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
No.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned
There's
out
no
to be
pizza
correct?
here.
Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
I found the
Stanley took the door on his
glowy.
left to go
I
back to the
found the
meeting room.
glowy.
No,
Said the bucket.
I found the
don't go to the meeting
glowy.
room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
I gotta jump down, Bucket. Yeah. Oh, whoa. Ooh. Okay. Hang on, Bucket. Hang on, Bucket. We gotta go this way. They said they needed more planks. Where's the remains of Charles or whatever? I got it. I got it, Bucket. I got it.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon,
No,
you'll
it's a
collect the first
tangerine.
one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it.
Yay.
We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them.
Why does he
And
look
now
sad?
we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
Why does this tangerine look sad, though? He looks very sad. Okay, we gotta find the remains of Charles. Scary. There's a door out there. Maybe if we jump down, we can go out the door. I don't see a dead body. Got a taste for some french fries, though. Feel like I got the figurine in some stupid-ass Happy Meal or something. That's how they know that you're brainwashed. Okay, let's go this way. Ah! Oh! Bucket, where are we? We've never been here before. Huh? Mail? How do I get the mail? Yeah. Yeah. Bucket, I can't reach it. It's too difficult. Alright, Captain Jack Sparrow's this way. Let's go. They're both locked. Narrator hasn't found us yet. Tape cassettes? One do I choose, Bucket? Bucket, which one do I choose? Bucket. Bucket. Are these all Janice's sex tapes? I don't want to watch these. Or listen to them. Desk? I don't see another tangerine. But... I can't jump, Bucket. Alright, fine. I'll listen to the sex tape. Kids, close your ears. Go listen to some music.
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number...
Charles?
I don't even know.
They killed
I've
Charles.
lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study
Oh my gosh.
this bucket,
Guys.
the less sense.
Okay. Guys. The power. We just lost power. Right now. Like. Okay, I'm really scared. All the power just went out. My TV, my lamps. Oh my gosh. Okay, power's going back on, I guess. All the street lights. Everything just went out. This is creepy. Bucket. Bucket, where are you? It's so dark. Hold on, let me check outside. This is so funny. Okay, are we back? Okay, guys, for real. So legit, as soon as the voice on the tape said like nothing is real anymore, literally all the power in my place just went out. Like I was just sitting in the dark alone. That's really funny. Also a little spooky, but yeah, this is why we have laptops, because if I had a whatever PC, then everything would just shut down, and then I wouldn't have been able to record anything. Oh my god. That was fucking creepy. I thought Stanley the narrator. I think Stanley the narrator shut all the lights off in my world. I also brought snacks. I need some comfort food after that. Oh my god. That is why we keep a bucket of snacks next to ourselves. That's so funny. Like, literally as soon as he said that, nothing's real anymore, everything just shut off. Like, I guess it was a power surge or something. There's no storms outside. I don't know what caused it. It seemed like the whole street and everything just kind of shut off. Okay. Are we ready? That was really special. Okay, I think we've had enough serotonin for tonight. I like how it says narrator sound system. Evidence 252. Okay.
Anything makes.
What? Bucket?
Sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't
Bucket?
make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why
Narrator
I
sound
see
system.
the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so.
Good.
What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it.
Oh. Monetize?
It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will
No.
pay for even just an hour.
Bucket's not for
with the
sale.
bucket.
No.
This
Want a corn chip?
is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't
Is that
know
why you're
who might be
dead?
trying to get... What's that? Who's there? Caporata.
A baraka? Avarata? Avarata? Bucket. This is why you don't monetize friends. Okay.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken. No, the orders were still missing. For now.
Orders? Narrator, are you hungry? Do you want a chip? Not so bad. Narrator, why did you turn off the lights in my place? I was listening to the tape. Can you explain that? Also, I turned off the fan. Let's hope my computer doesn't light on fire. Well, then we can't play games anymore. That would be really depressing. Is this phone always at 433? Wait a minute. Evidence 252? What was it? Okay. Bucket.
As Stanley lifted his bucket, he felt a connection to all buckets everywhere. This adventure, he decided, was for all of them.
No. This is just for my bucket. This is just for my bucket. Well, did you kill Charlie?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
How come you never tell me to go through the door on the right?
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
But there's just one more left.
And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Chris's remains from the warehouse floor. Oh my god, they killed Chris. Somewhere both red and blue? Where am I supposed to find that? Is that like a 7-Eleven slushie? Which corn syrup to choose? To one building. Is everyone in on this but me? Cargo room. Magnets, magic, dreams. Why do they look like 427? I don't look like that. Why wouldn't they just tell us something will happen? This investigation, this room, they feel pointless, to be honest. So they killed 421? Chris? What we know. Narrator, where's all the people? Where's the last one? Why does he look so sad? Figlies. They're not called figlies. They're called tangerines. You killed Chris. Uh-oh. I don't want to go back in there. That's pointless.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
Yeah, well, why'd you turn the lights
Coming to
off in my
staircase,
place?
Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
I don't want to. I hate this place. It's boring. Stanley. Hey, did you change the wallpaper in here? Okay, I gotta go. Let me go to the cafeteria. I don't like this place.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover.
Shall we just go back? In the game again. There we go.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Gotta find
What
Chris.
new mysteries lay in store for our bucket-loving heroes today? Let's find out.
You're just jealous.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
You are
But Stanley had
jealous.
felt the
Yes,
bucket
you
calling
are.
to him, telling him
Ow.
that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
I got a bucket of snacks, and you don't. Nah,
And here
nah,
it
nah,
was.
nah.
Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was it? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No. Gotta find Chris's remains somewhere. This is an investigation, so do not lie. If you're lying, you better stop right now.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
No. We gotta find Chris's remains somewhere. I don't know where the red and blue doors are either. Maybe they're downstairs. Ah!
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the
That was
separation
an
of
accident.
himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
This is why you need slip-resistant shoes. Company policy. What? Huh? What'd you do to my office? Bucket. Got you,
Now
Bucket.
this, Stanley thought to himself, this is a bucket. And indeed it was.
They're on to us, Bucket.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Should we, though? I'm a little confused. Man, I don't see no red and blue room either.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Like there's someone watching me all the time. Besides you, of course.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
I don't know, man. Scared.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Hey, I'm on the big box. Okay, looking for a dead body. See, can I go through that door? There's a way to get down safely. Oh. I'm on top of here. Uh-oh. I'm stuck. Ah! Ah!
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself from the bucket, his dearest friend.
No, it's just a slip
he
and
threw
slide.
himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
Why'd you change the office?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Finally, yes, the bucket. Yes, yes, yes. I love that bucket.
Yeah, he's my friend. And he
Stanley
provides
clutched
tasty
the bucket tightly to his
snacks.
chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
We don't care.
But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Ah! Hey, don't turn the power off on me, guys. It's creepy the first time.
Okay,
It'll be
this
creepy
is
the
day
second
number
time.
295. Take number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it.
12-12.
still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it.
No.
Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
Ambarata. Barara. Aberrata.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Bucket. Lie to me, Bucket.
One man, one bucket, one chance to seize their destiny together.
This office sucks ass, man. Dirty, unorganized.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Are you sure? Gotta find the red and blue doors, so.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
I'm looking for red and blue. My country, 'tis of the sweet land of misery, of the
Oh,
I
Stanley,
sing.
I'm glad you found your way here. I
Thank-
knew you'd find this place eventually.
You ran out of pizza, man. I'm just looking for the red and blue doors, okay?
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much.
Take a seat.
It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere.
Why are you so
The
jealous?
bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the
Oh.
ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game.
Then
like
why
the
don't you
adventure
show
line
up?
And the broom closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want
Why'd you
more of
put
their
me in
favorite
the
jokes,
extra
not this
content?
bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the adventure line? We could make the adventure line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
I've never seen the baby before. Hey, that's the fern. That's the important fern that you told me to look at a long time ago. I don't see anything important about it. Hey, my chair. How did I fall off my chair? What the hell? We're just gonna play the music. Red and blues is. Ah, damn it.
Look at that wacky line.
Shut
Who
up.
knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as
Wait
well.
a minute. Ba ba da 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 da.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Where are the hookers?
It's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
No. Never.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Getting bored,
Stanley
narrator.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
You know what, Bucket? You stay right here, okay? Stay right here at this time, buddy. I have an idea.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
No, it isn't.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Gotta find the red and blue guys.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Oh yeah, what'd you do with Chris's body, huh? Gotta find Gabarata.
Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path.
Are you on the tape recorder?
So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had
You're
begun.
just on the
So
tape
far off the
recorder.
beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path.
You were on the tape recorder.
You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording?
Yeah.
It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an
Are you
unending waterfall
Stop
of
it.
surprises and delights.
Stop
How
teleporting
much
me.
more exciting you must find the world than the rest
I
of
don't
us
like
do.
that.
Now I've become sad. Look what
You're
you've
making
done to
me
This is
scared.
all your fault.
Where's my bucket? Oh no! Stop it! This is why I take the bucket with me.
The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again.
Why are you glitching out and being creepy?
It's bucket time.
Yes. I don't like the way you said that, though. Kind of freaking me out.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
How do I get out of here? Buckets.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this... No, never mind.
Baby,
Bucket
your
was wrong.
eyes.
Stanley took the door on his left.
Da
to
da
go back
da
to the
da
meeting
da
room.
da da. Baby, your eyes. Da da da
No,
da da
said the
da.
bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else.
Baby,
the
your
cargo lift, yes.
eyes.
Go there. Go to the... Good.
Baby,
said the
no
bucket.
banana.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Where's the red and
Stanley
blue
did
door?
not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced
there's
that the
another
bucket
door
had
up
spoken
there.
to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
The red and blue. I'm really confused. Baby, your eyes.
In here,
Said the bucket.
go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Baby, your eyes. I was already in the dark.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
How do I disconnect
Pick up the
this?
phone, and it will take us back home, where we can
No.
go about life together.
How do I sever the cord? Disconnect. Disconnect. Damn it.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Hello, Stanley. It's me, your bucket. Press up to take me to work with you. Alright.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders.
Yes, it
Whatever Stanley
does.
is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
Oh, he's a nice guy. Gave me chips. Press X to take me back home, would you? Alright.
Lately, I've been concerned about
Hey, there's
him.
scuffs on the
Wouldn't you
wall.
be concerned as well? To
Wasn't
see
there
him delusional like
before?
this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
Press up to go back to work.
Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think. It can't talk. All it will ever
You're just
truly do for
jealous.
you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different
You're
location.
jealous.
That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
Don't listen to the loud man. Press Y for us to go back home. Alright. Let's go back again. I gotta find the red and blue door. I don't know how to get there.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself. That's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all. It's bucket time.
I don't like how you said that.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Baby, your eyes. Oh, no, 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 no. Baby, your eyes. Where's red and blue? Give me a hint. Where does I find it? Red room. Yeah. Boy 416. 416. Where's instructions by 416? Is that Chris? Did you kill Chris? Gotta find 416's office. I don't wanna go in there. Oh.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
No.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley.
Smells
Maybe,
weird in
he
here.
thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket.
Oh.
The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket...
For $24, I thought there'd be a lot more content, man.
All of his co-workers were gone.
I'm going back in
Stanley
my...
decided to go to the
God
meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I'm just staying in my office next time. I don't know where the red and blue room is. Maybe it's downstairs. Sorry, Bucket. I'll be back for you, okay? Baby,
When Stanley
you're
came to a
right.
set of 2 open doors, he entered. This was not the correct
Eh,
way to the
no,
meeting
no,
room,
no,
and
no,
Stanley knew it
no,
perfectly
baby,
well.
you're right.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to
Wait
admire
a
it.
second.
It was okay.
Wasn't.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Baby, your eyes.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go,
Where's the red and blue
from
door?
here, it's, left.
No, it isn't. It's this one. Where's the red and blue doors?
Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake.
That's what I said.
No, not
Are you
the right.
lagging on me?
Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please?
Not this again.
Let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
I wanted to go that way, though. Blue? Or red and blue doors.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh. Who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
It isn't from the top. I don't know where the red and blue doors are. Gotta sit here. Oops, sorry. Gotta sit on my chair. If I go back out there, you're just gonna put me through stupid shit again. Unless I get my bucket. Huh? No balloons?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
My bucket!
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Ew. So there we go. Whew. Need my bucket.
Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like? There was a computer, perhaps, and a painting. Was it a painting or a photo? He could no longer recall.
Yeah, I don't know anymore. Bucket.
It's bucket time.
Where's 416s?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
No. I want to. I don't want to. I don't know where your red and blue room is. You turned the lights off in my place. I did not appreciate that. Actually, no, it was kind of fun. Never mind. As long as you didn't try to kill me or something. Narrator. You're slipping, man. You're slipping. You're not making this easy for me. One, two, three, four.
Stanley just stood there doing nothing at all. He
Yeah.
seems to think I have nothing better to do with my time than to sit around and describe every fascinating little detail of his inability to
You gotta
do
tell me
anything.
the answer.
This is
I'm
why Stanley and
lost.
I are on such good terms.
No, you're jealous of the bucket. You're jealous. And you gotta tell me where to go because I don't know anymore. I don't know where the red and blue room is. I don't know where the Cuba Chabra is. I don't know what that is. I don't know where the tangerines are. I don't know anything. And lately, you've just been a jealous jerk face. I mean, you've always been a jealous jerk face and super needy and never shut up, but you know, it's okay. I was just hoping you had more in store for me than just going through the same thing over and over and over and over and over and over. At least I got a bucket of snack. I eat when I'm stressed. You're stressing me out, narrator. Or bored. I wonder if I got that job. Hopefully. Even though I don't want to do jobs, but I do gotta pay the bills. Rent. Our stuff. Food. Power. Even though my power bill could obviously be hacked by a British narrator. I gotta go to the bathroom. You have fun. Alright, what'd I miss? Anything important? I had to make myself a cup of tea, man. I don't know where to find the red and blue doors. They're all the same. Narrator? Uh-oh, I think he's mad at me. Narrator. Narrator? I don't know where the both red and blue. Narrator. Gosh, he's not talking to me. Fuck it, he's mad at me. I feel bad. Fuck it, he's not talking.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
I thought you were gone. Thought you were mad. That's not right. See, there's only... You're confusing me.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
Nope.
Crushed by the weight of this revelation,
I sit on
Stanley
the
may
chair.
have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845.
But I don't know where the red and blue stuff is. I mean, this room is red.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
Oh, I don't want to press it. Can you take me somewhere else?
2845.
No, I don't want to. Hug my bucket.
Forgot, but it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself, and Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
I'm bored. Everything is so boring. Wait, red and blue. Do I gotta go in the elevator, maybe? Maybe I gotta go to the secret red carpet. Oh. That could be where. Alright. Gotta be stupid.
Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again. The bucket said nothing. Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3 over and over and over. Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley... After taking some time to show the bucket around the bar...
Ha ha ha. I cut you off. I cut you off. Sucker.
No, 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 said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet. Not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me. You and I have been through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel. He smiled at the bucket. And the bucket said... Here we go, said Stanley. This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, weaving a concerto of truth and passion. He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears. And the whole time, he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind. Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing. The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing at all, only silence. Crushed by a wave of dejection, Stanley returned to the elevator. Stanley and the bucket were so close. They'd always been there for one another. Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with this passion of Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way down the elevator. He knew that there must be a way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend. Surely there was a solution, mustn't there be?
There is no solution. Never the end. Never. Is the chupacabra here? Where is the chupacabra? Is he trying to kill us? Like he killed that one employee? The end is never the end, is never the end, is never the end. The end is never the end, 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 is never
All of
the
his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
I'm gonna get that
Stanley
statue.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
My bucket. I cheated, narrator.
It's bucket time.
Yeah, two can play at that game. I cheated. I looked up on Google where it's...
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest
No.
and entered the door on his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
I'm gonna
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
get that tangerine, man.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
There's another one down here. Where do I jump? Oh, 111, maybe over there.
Good,
I jump up
said
here.
the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking.
Okay, gotta
to him.
jump, guys.
It
Gotta
should
jump.
have alarmed him, of course,
I gotta
because
jump.
buckets can't talk. But Stanley
here we
chose
go.
not to think about this obvious
Here we go.
fact. He was
Here we go.
firmly convinced
Ah!
that the bucket... But Stanley feared
Damn it.
that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw
Aye.
himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
Maybe I did discover that a long time ago, but I just forgot.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
111, let's
Stanley
have some
decided
fun.
to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had... It's bucket time.
Shut up. A bucket with me.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yeah. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
I guess I... No key card. I guess I fell down here by accident one day, and I forgot about it. So, I guess it's... danger everywhere. Oh yeah? Not with my bucket. Yeah, I guess I forgot about this area, because I... covered it. Covered
No,
it.
stop. Look there on the wall. You see,
What?
there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point.
Where?
Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here?
No.
What if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket?
I do know.
I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it.
No, we
This
don't.
misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly.
I like my
So
bucket.
much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't.
We're
a
all
bucket.
buckets.
Please, step in here for a moment.
No, it's scary. I don't want to go in there. You're gonna kill me or something. Don't you see, narrator? We're all buckets. Even the earth is a bucket, because it spins around and all the liquid doesn't fall out because it's spinning like a bucket. Haven't you ever heard in school when they said the earth and gravity is like bucket in a water and you spin it over your head around and around and around and it never falls out because of gravity and motion and stuff? And that's what humans are. We're walking buckets because we're buckets of water. We are the earth. The earth is water and its people is made up of primarily water. I want to go in there. Why are you scary? Bucket, help me. Bucket, I'm scared. What? Where is... I just came here for the tangerine,
Now
okay?
then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket.
Alright.
Simply enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin.
Alright. Yes.
Item 1. Is this a bucket?
I mean, it could be a pail. Bucket, what do you think? Is it a bucket or a pail?
Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket.
You
not
jerk.
An actual bucket.
Fine. You want to play that way?
Item 2. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
That's what you think.
Item
Yes.
3. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Correct. This is a bucket. Item 4. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor.
It's not
an
a tractor,
enormous
it's a
machine
bucket.
that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on.
I
to
am
the next
incredible. I'm amazing. That's why you pay me a good salary. Because I'm your best employee.
one. Is this a bucket?
Yes. Very much so.
Correct. This is a
Yay!
bucket.
Awesome. I have a raise now.
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
How? Is it a tractor?
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one.
I know,
Let me
'cause it's
see.
so
It should be
dark
around
in
here
here.
somewhere.
Where's the tangerine? Tangerine. Yes.
Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything
But
here.
there's a bucket
and
right
I don't
there.
appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something, and therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket?
No, because we are something. No.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket?
We are
Mere
buckets.
Moments ago, I could answer these questions.
We
with
hold
confidence.
things.
And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is?
Yes.
Am I a bucket?
Yes. Yes, you
Stanley,
are.
I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with.
But you are a
I'm
bucket.
afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart.
No, don't take my
I
bucket.
can't have that. I'm sorry.
No.
But I'm going to erase all buckets. from my brain.
No.
Okay. Here we go.
No. No. Bucket, I love you. I love you. Oh my god. Oh my god, no. Oh no.
What happened? Is everything gone?
Bucket?
Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket?
Yes, that's what I was
Every
trying to
single
say.
thing in the game was a
Everything.
bucket?
Yes. Yes.
My God, I had no idea.
Everything's a
How could-
bucket.
Except me. I'm not a bucket after all.
But you are
and
a bucket.
You, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either.
Yeah, I
Oh,
am.
this is wonderful news. We're not buckets.
No,
Yes,
I want to be a
actually feel
bucket.
much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue. But it doesn't change the
No.
fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what. I'll reset
No.
everything. And we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person. All right, here we go.
We're all buckets. Everything's a bucket. Nothing is not a bucket because we're all everything. We're all contained into everything, and it's all a bucket moving all together. Oh my gosh. Don't you see, narrator? Don't take away my bucket.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Oh.
What could it mean? Stanley
Okay.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps
Ow.
he had simply missed a memo.
Ouch. I hit my head on the wall. Ow. I'm trying. Bucket. Bucket. This is my bucket. It's got my stickers.
It's bucket time.
The. What's this? Access? Oh. Bucket. Turned off the computer. Oh. Gotta save electricity. Oh? What received? I thought 416 was helping us. Right? I'm confused. To check the other office bucket. We gotta turn off all the computers. This one.
Stanley clung the bucket to his cheek. Could his co-workers really all be gone?
I don't wanna meet them. Be scary. Pencil sharpener.
Stanley pressed the bucket upon every little thing in the office. Nothing responded to the bucket's touch, but it did little to discourage Stanley's belief in the magic of the bucket.
Magic. Hey, that guy was playing solitaire. Did press it. Okay.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Gotta get to the tangerine.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yeah, good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Gotta get to the red and the blue. Alright, we gotta go fast.
No, stop!
No!
Look there on the wall, you see? There's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this
Come
point.
on.
Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you...
Fine. Jerk. Bucket. I gotta get the
All of
tangerine.
his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Awaiting input. Oh my gosh. Oh. Different. To be over there. Changing. Hey, Bucket. I love you, buddy. I gotta go get the tangerine, but I'll be right back, okay? You be a good boy, okay? You stay right there. I got this. It's all on my own, but I got this. Narrator? Lead me to my demise, please.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first time understood true happiness.
I don't.
Then the feeling went away, and he felt sad again.
I'm always
Then
sad.
he came back, but eager
Shut
to
up.
get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be
More
difficult,
doors down
but
there.
the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others?
You're just
Are you
gonna
that
kill me.
convinced that I want something bad to happen to you?
Yes.
Like, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you
Don't.
something beautiful.
No.
Let me prove it.
No.
Let me prove that I'm on your side.
No.
Give me a chance.
You're mean. You're mean and clingy. Just gotta hurt me. I'm trying to find the tangerine, because you said no buckets allowed. Blue? Red? There it is!
Now listen carefully, this is important.
Okay,
Stanley walked through the red door.
can I get the tangerine first?
And there it is, the last Stiggly Wiggly.
This
So
is-
this moment, Stanley, this is a real accomplishment.
Yay.
This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements,
You're not gonna reward
you've
me.
insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here.
Good.
And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Okay, got that out of the way. Thank you. Whew. I don't have to see those scribbles anymore. Okay, you said go to the red door. Now you better be nice to me. Because blue's my favorite color, and I'm tempted to go to blue, but you better be nice.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see
I've
that I
been
really
listening to
have
you.
wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all
You
these
sound
choices.
condescending.
The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're
Scared.
doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley?
Oh, don't kill me.
I wanted to stop.
Don't-
We would both be so much happier if we just stopped.
No.
And I think I have a solution.
No, don't hurt me.
Here, let me show
No,
you.
no, 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 no. Oh, God. Oh, no, not again. Not again. I don't know which way to go. I'm scared. I want my bucket. I want my bucket. Oh, it's spooky like this. I want my bucket. I want to go in there. That's scary.
What do we want? What are we looking for?
Ooh, being alive? Narrator, don't hurt me. Are we in space?
Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this
Aliens.
place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
Okay, just don't hurt me. I wish my bucket was here to see this. Why did you say no buckets allowed? Did you just run out of content? Is that why? Are you cutting corners? Whoa! Ooh. Can I touch them? Oh, I like the blue one. And I like the gold one. Oh. Aliens. Oh, green dots. Green dots. Hello. I wish my bucket was here. Aliens. See, that's why we're buckets, because those aren't buckets. Because if they were buckets, they would be in a container. That's what life is. We're like a bunch of things in a container. And when you treat your container right, then you get to live for a long time. You can treat your container wrong, then you get to die. Because you run out of batteries, basically. You basically spill all of your bucket stuff out. And then there's nothing left inside. Why we gotta treat ourselves nice. So we don't spill all of our bucket stuff out. Gotta contain all the love inside. 'Cause love makes it last. And hatred makes it spill faster. We don't need to make it spill anymore, you know? I think enough stuff has spilled out of the bucket for a long time. That's why people fight all the time. Why people are just so mad. Because their buckets are spilling out. And then they get jealous, so they start spilling other buckets. But those buckets were innocent buckets. And we should respect the buckets and stop labeling the buckets. Because we're all individual buckets and that's okay. We don't need to think we're different. I mean, we don't need to be upset that we're different. We're supposed to be different buckets. We're all different stuff inside the bucket. It doesn't matter what's on the outside or the inside, because we're all just one big part of the bucket. You know? It is. Bunch of stuff. All in a bucket. All vibrating and loving each other. Hey, we got more. I like the blue ones, though. Can I touch them, or would I get hurt? Narrator? Oh. Thank you for not trying to kill me. Can I go through the blue door? My favorite color. Guess we can't walk off the edge. I've been feeling sad for a long time, narrator. A lot of people spilled my bucket. I'm trying to figure out where all my pieces are to put them back inside, you know? So much sadness. So much anger. Understand why we can't just enjoy life as one big bucket. Oh, I like the pink ones. I like the blue ones. Like, all of our problems are just a bunch of nothing. That nothing can be everything if we choose to be. It just depends where our focus goes to. And I choose to focus on my dreams and happiness rather than all the bad things in the world. That way I can fill up my bucket with all the things I love rather than the things I don't. You know?
No, wait. Where are you going?
I could go back.
Right. Where were we?
I was saying how it's important to choose what you like to put in your bucket rather than the stuff that you don't like. Because if you fill yourself up with all the tiny problems, it turns into a big problem. But if you fill yourself up with all the tiny things you like, it turns into a big, giant firework in the sky. And I'd rather be one big firework than a bunch of problems in a bucket. Narrator? Why did you turn the walls into a bunch of dominoes? A little confused.
Oh no! Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
Okay, I'll come back.
Good, good. We can't be too safe. Promise me you won't go back there. Just stay here.
I mean, I could, but you keep leaving me alone. Why not talk to me? I mean, I'm okay if you don't want to talk to me. It's not that I need you to talk to me or anything. I just... I don't know. It's not that I need other people, it's just nice sometimes when people are nice. And it sucks ass when people are rude as hell.
No! What do we talk about? You're risking everything we achieved here.
But you're not talking to me. And I'm lonely and I want my bucket back. And I want my bucket back. I need to find the chupacabra.
You are going to stay here, aren't you?
If you talk to me. Or I could talk for another like 5 hours straight about a bunch of philosophical BS that comes out of my mouth, but you know. There's a time and place for everything, Stanley the narrator. I'm running out of snack foods. This is why I need my bucket. You're kind of selfish, Stanley the narrator. Kind of selfish. Wanna die?
You heard me before, didn't you? You will die! What about this isn't getting through to you?
Why am I gonna die? It's just a stair. Oh yeah, okay. This is a staircase. Staircase of bad decisions. Alright. This is also a staircase, and that was a staircase. The hallway is a choice full of dominoes. All it takes is a little push, and then everything falls apart. Can we order some Chinese takeout or something? This vast universe is making me hungry. Especially those golden ones. I want to eat those. Those look yummy. Is the chupacabra up there? Is the chupacabra up there? I don't wanna die down the stairs. I've been through this before and it hurt like hell. This is why slip-resistant shoes are important. But even though I was wearing them, I still tripped to my demise. If only someone cared and helped me stop before it was...
Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me.
Okay. Then let's go back. Big baby. You're not even talking to me. I like it too, but you're just leaving me alone. You're just leaving me alone. Almost here. You take away the door.
Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
You want me to jump to my death? That's so scary. I don't want to do that. Told me to go through the red door. Where did the doors go? What did you do? If you can change this, why don't you just change it back? Why do I gotta get hurt all the time? And it's sea foam. It's my least favorite color, man. Come on. My bucket. I'm hungry. I'm tired. Talk to me anymore. All alone. Stand me. Care about is what you want to do. What about what I want to do? Why can't we 50-50 this? Why do you want me to jump off like Mr. Bean in that one skit at the pool, man? It's gonna be scary. Go backwards. Close my eyes when I do it. Narrator. Narrator. I told you you were gonna kill me, and you did. You made this room of death for me. Why? Why couldn't you just kill me worth a nice star's worth? Why do you have to kill me in some concrete hellhole? I don't want to die in there. You're making me kill myself. You're terrible. See this, everybody. I'm recording this as proof as an escapee from the Stanley Parable. Or should I say the Stanley Terrible? Look at this guy's doing to me. Making me go through this all by myself without my bucket. Bucket. I'm doing this for you. For you, man. Ah! Ow.
Oh, thank God you lived.
Did
You
I?
had me worried there for a moment. Now, can we please get back to the other room?
Okay. Ouch. I'm not walking very fast anymore. I think I hurt myself.
There.
did.
See? This is what you want.
I think I'm
this
dying.
Is where we can both be happy. We really can. If we stop moving, we just have to stop moving.
Hey. Say so. Got any chocolate? Really want some chocolate. But first was enough. Why did I have to do this again? I asked myself. There's more content to explore, they said. There's more. Yeah, well, you know what?
Stanley, go back. There's nothing good that can come from this.
But you're not talking to me. I just float in space. Why? You're very, very borderline or whatever. They make me die out here. Scary. And I'm not as fast as I...
No, what are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this?
Because you're just letting me sit alone.
Do you just not believe me? What can I say to convince you?
No, you gotta say more. Because I'm all by myself and I don't have a bucket. Then no buckets allowed. And I thought my bucket would make me feel better. Scary jump. As fast as I used to be. After falling from up there. This. What the hell? Girl? Dog? Son? The hell? You don't even acknowledge me anymore. If you can create all the rooms and stuff, why don't you just make up a new room? Why do I gotta suffer all the time? Scary. Stairs of death. Hurts a lot. And we can't go back because my bucket keeps spilling out. That's what I've been trying to tell you. Oh, scary, I don't want to do this. Oh, man. Right, everyone, close your eyes. Close your eyes. You don't need to see this. Ritter. Hey, Ritter, you gotta stop me, man. Why aren't you stopping me? You're not even begging me or pleading or anything. It's like you're manipulating me into jumping for my death. Oh man, this gotta suck. All right, guys, close your eyes. I should have went through the blue door. Gah! Ah!
Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me?
I should have went through the blue door. Ow. Ow.
Yes, perhaps you can. Perhaps you finally see what I'm talking about.
You don't see what I'm talking about. Ow.
I know you'll see that we can't be happy if we leave this place. You can see that, can't you?
You can't be happy. You said that we can't be happy. Ow. I have pain everywhere. Ow.
No, perhaps not.
You're so sadistic. I should have went through the blue door, you terrible, terrible British guy. Okay. Ow.
My God. Is this really how much you dislike my game?
It's always about you, isn't
This
it?
platform over and over to be rid of it?
It's
You're literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly?
It's so borderline, man. You don't even think about me. You don't care about me. All you care about is yourself. Why are you putting this option here for me anyway? You're backing me into a corner. You're backing me off a cliff. Why couldn't you just listen to me and give me what I wanted? Why couldn't we have found a 50-50 ultimatum? Why? I don't want to jump. It's hurting everywhere. I gotta get to the blue door, though. Gotta get to the blue door in my bucket. My bucket. Pea foam isn't a good color.
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours.
Sick piece of shit.
Do you actually want to stay alive? Or are you just teasing me?
You're so fucking borderline. I think you need a therapist. I need a new narrator. My bucket can be the fucking narrator.
I wanted us to be happy here, Stanley. I really did. I still thought that was possible.
You're trying to make me feel guilty. And you're the one who did this to me in the first place. You didn't think about what I wanted. I think I need to die now. Goodbye, guys. This is why I talk about people spilling your bucket. Some people back you up into a corner and blame you for falling. They didn't give me a choice. They didn't give me anything. Didn't care about what I wanted. You never asked me what I wanted. You just kept me prisoner the whole time. And I couldn't leave and I couldn't fulfill my dreams. And I was just wasting away all those years because you just wanted me to just suffer and die. Because it made you happy to hold me hostage like a trapped bird in a cage. Well, you know what? You can't have my soul because my soul is immortal, even if my bucket's got some serious dents in it. Close your eyes, kids. Ah.
Is it over? It's a restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
It's always about you, isn't it? Ouch. Oh, God. Did the pain end? Bucket? No! Bucket.
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things.
No.
It's those figurines.
No.
Those figures.
No.
I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life?
No,
Didn't
you're
it fill you
trapping
to
me
the
again.
brim with inner richness?
You're crazy.
Yes, I know.
You're
we're supposed to be
crazy.
Telling a story, but won't you please indulge me?
You're
with
crazy.
One more
What
trip
the
back to the
fuck?
memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines, just one more time.
Okay, I really do like that flying buttress or whatever the fuck that's called. Okay, yeah, I do like the medieval land. Hello? Am I dead? Let's be real. You killed me for me jumping off of a concrete structure, and now I'm in paradise. Or maybe still in hell because you're... Now remembering when Stanley found the collectibles. I mean, I just found them not too long ago, man. You're in control of everything. That's just messed up, bro. Up. Hello? Snacks in the picnic baskets. Zone sweet zone? The Stanley Parable. $14.99. Ah, 2013, when the Stanley Parable was released. If only I can go back to 2013 and stop myself from going to the worst place in the world. Then my life would be, like, a lot better, you know? I wouldn't have all these fucking scars everywhere. Time. Time indeed. Okay. Good times. You suck. What's behind there? Everyone's saying? Stanley Parable is an exploration of story, games, and choice. Except the story doesn't matter. It might not even be a game. And if you ever actually do have a choice, well, let me know how you did it. I knew it. You don't care about me. This was never about me and you. This was just about you the whole time. This was just about you trying to hurt me and getting a laugh about it. Our first kiss, my first car, the release of Stanley Parable in 2013. 2013. Why? Why are you doing this to me, narrator? Janice. Why are you and Janice in a... Oh, God.
Here's where it all began.
Okay.
The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
Oh, yeah. Kind of... over here. Oh! Hey, I can't go back. Aw, man. I mean, I was gonna touch it again, but... Is this the boss's office? Aw, come on. I wanna go back here. I don't like this place. Send me back outside, please. Please send me back out.
And here was the second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own just by poking around behind the boss's office. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest, back then I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
Well, actually the first one I found was in the bathroom, but I just didn't take it. I think. Actually, I don't really know. Oh, crap. I could have got more. Could have got the other one.
Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini stand? Can you remember?
Bathroom. Bathroom.
No. The boss's bathroom was the fourth place you found a fig and
No,
not the third.
you
Well, I guess
lied.
perhaps I shouldn't be surprised. Memories like these are so precious and so cherished that they all just sort of blend together, don't they? You know
No.
what? If the boss's bathroom feels like the third place you found a collectible, then who am I to go making judgments?
I mean, I recorded everything. We can literally go back in time and figure this out.
Let's see. What came next?
Why is there a giant apple?
Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room,
Oh, we
but
weren't.
it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
No, this was never here. Now you're just messing with me again. I think I still have pain from when you pushed me off that ledge. It made me jump to my demise. Over here. Oh.
This was the fifth mini stand, and
Oh,
this one
careful.
was really something special. It was in the warehouse. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is
Careful.
particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion.
Don't want to die.
Enjoy.
How you found it by the narrator? What the fuck? What's that back there? Wow. It's mini stand number 5. Wow, it's like YouTube back in 2013. Oh, that's funny. You found it near the cargo lift. Thanks for watching. Credits directed by the narrator, edited by the narrator, music by the narrator, produced by the narrator, starring Stanley, copyrighted by the
Takes you
narrator.
back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
Okay, Guillermo del Toro. Very careful not to die. Oh, where are we? The red and the blue door. Oh,
And
yeah.
then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible.
Yeah,
the
where you
final
killed
figurine,
me.
right here by the red and blue
Murdered
doors.
me.
This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind.
Yeah, 'cause you
Perhaps
just
because
murdered me.
It was the one that happened more recently than all the others.
Yeah.
Who can truly say how the mind works?
I got
All
the
I
blue
know is
door.
that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
I'm gonna go through the blue door. 'Cause the red door scares me. Are in the present. Have some water first. Hey, that's the important fern. I hope you're watering it. Hold on, I need some water. Past, but the past and the present and the future don't really exist because time is an illusion.
And then
What
there
the-
was no more. Because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, memory zone.
What the fuck, narrator? What?
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines?
Oh, come
Let's
on.
just go backwards.
No.
We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction.
No.
See how that feels.
No. God damn it. Well, it was nice knowing you.
Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going. I want more.
Frick. I think I need to take a break from you for, like, indefinitely. And when I mean indefinitely, I mean forever, and... Heck. Still got pain in my body from all
And
that
here's
trauma.
where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched?
Oh, god damn it, don't show. Yes.
Yes, I love that video.
I did not. I don't. It's 2 in the fucking morning, okay? We don't got time for this. Got time for this. God damn it. I swear to God I'm gonna get that job interview. That job interview is gonna go perfect. I gotta tell them, hey man, I need a raise. And they're gonna be like, why? And I'm gonna be like, because I need my money back from the fucking Stanley Parable. They're gonna be like, okay, we'll make that your hourly wage. And I'll be like, thank you, I deserve it. All because of this. Ask me if I'm good with doing repetitive jobs. Please. Please, this is... Have you seen what I've been torturing myself this whole time?
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
It was never a pink room. You just made it now. You just made it now.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have neutered the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
I want to. I think you're lagging on me. Hello? Very dark. Gotta get the stair one, but okay.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is
They're not
truly a
called
wonderful
Figlies,
thing.
they're called
Why does anyone ever
tangerines.
choose to leave it? Keep going.
Tangerines. Okay, at least we're going back to the cabin.
This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurine. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What
Are
came
those all the
before this?
Stanleys that you melted together into an art form? Is that every time I die you take my corpse and you, like, glue it to this thing or something? God. That... the elevator? Like them all. Oh god, now we're back to the... Oh no. Not this place. Oh, no. This was the first one. It was like over there. Oh god. Don't you see how unhappy he looks? Don't you see?
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memory.
Are you glitching on me? No, and that's 1, because I'm always number 1. Remember. I think he's glitching out on us, guys. I think he broke the time-space continuum, and now he's broken himself. Just like he broke me when he threw me down that fucking seafoam staircase.
Oh, yes, the 2 doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic
damn it.
memory, this one.
Can't win, can I?
And before everything else, there was your office.
Are you doing okay up there?
Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember.
Okay, yeah, he's losing it.
Yes, I'm remembering something now.
Ellie?
I remember before this whole story got
Narrator?
started. Back then I was different.
Huh?
I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness.
See,
And then
you're
somewhere
Stanley.
along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy, and I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me.
See, you're
He would make
Stanley.
the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes.
Yes.
Perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion.
You doing okay there? Okay there, buddy. Okay, maybe we just need to cool down for a little bit and chill.
Even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be.
I would
Yes.
use.
I can be on my own again. I can do it.
I told you
I'll
you
be
were
strong this
Stanley.
time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory?
What?
Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go.
But
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
okay. If I don't leave my office and I just sit here. I told you you were Stanley. You were Stanley the entire frickin' time. I gotta get to my bucket. Alright, let's go.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
I told you you were Stanley. And I'm not Stanley. Somebody else. Someone. Somewhere. Bucket. The narrator's trying to kill me off. It's 'cause I went to the red-blue room. So I'm gonna hold
It's
you.
bucket time.
Yeah, bucket time. Bucket, we gotta get out of here. He's trying to kill us off. Tried to kill you off last time too. Oh, coffee is a bad idea. Ouch. Always gotta hydrate.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Hey, I got a headache. I think it's because I made myself some coffee. And I drank a little bit of it. And it hurts. I thought it would taste like chocolate, but it doesn't. Narrator, can we call a truce? And you threw me down the stairs, and that really hurt. And it's 2:30 in the morning. I need to go to sleep. So,
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Bucket, he's trying to kill us off. I told you his name was Stanley the narrator. 'Cause he's the real Stanley. But I'm just a stand-in for Stanley, you know what I'm saying, man?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Okay. Trying to kill us. Yeah. Well, if we're gonna die, we may as well listen to some good tunes, right? Stanley. Ba 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 ba. Dun 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 dun. Okay, I'm ready for my demise. Let's go. And I'm gonna go through the blue door.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always.
It would.
The bucket would. And he knew it.
Yeah.
The two of them were inseparable.
True.
At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk.
Oh.
Nor in his bliss, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Hmm? That always up there. Do 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 do. Narrator lost his mind. Bum 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 bum. He is trying to kill us off one last time.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him,
It does.
reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Well, that's why I brought him along.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Ba 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 da 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 do da da ba 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 ba.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs.
You
Bucket
were
had never
watching
seen
us.
anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
I thought you were gonna whack me off, man. Well, whatever. I'd like to be the narrator and you could be Stanley.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter, his one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
True. That's true,
But
narrator.
here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way. And the bucket made a sound. Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and... What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed?
No, because you're gonna
Unbearable
kill
silence
us.
filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No, no, no. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms.
Now, there are other
Not
games
while
out
this
there.
building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Is it over? I thought you were gonna take over.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken. No, the orders were still missing. For now.
You are very confusing, narrator. You are very confusing. Bucket, this mission's a little too dangerous for you, okay? Bucket, listen, man. You've been a great emotional support, but, definitely a lot of danger afoot here, so I'm gonna have to go alone. It's safer this way because he'll eventually forget about you. But if we keep going together, you're eventually gonna get hurt with me, so I gotta keep going. Narrator.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I thought you were
This
gonna
was
shut
not
me
the correct way to
down.
the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by
I
the
thought you
employee
were
lounge
gonna-
first, just to admire it. Stanley felt lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach, giddy in a way he had never known before. Was it this room? A connection between the two? Could a man love a room?
Not this one.
I mean, truly, truly, deeply, madly love.
Not like the bucket.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
I mean, that
At
is a
this
nice
point,
picture.
Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left.
Maybe. I don't care what people think of me.
Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue, but when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
What, keep going?
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
I think I want to go through the blue door.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley.
I think I have heartburn.
Someone you've forgotten about. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you?
Yes.
Why, I don't know how to convince you of this,
You-
but I really
you
do
keep
want
trying to
help
kill
you,
me,
to
man.
show you something beautiful. Look, let me
It's
prove it.
terrible.
Let me prove that I'm on your side.
Oh yeah? Show me something nice in the blue room then. We'll see.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
I want to go to the blue door. Blue door.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
You hurt me in the red door. No. I like the blue. Blue's my favorite color.
I still don't think we're communicating
God
properly.
damn it.
Stanley walked through the red door.
This blue one?
All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley.
Yee.
You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you.
You killed me last time. Ooh, what's this?
You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map. Because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did.
And why did you try to kill me?
All for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better?
Not killing me.
To see vehicles, skill trees. Work with
trees.
me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far.
Trees.
Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback.
Okay.
There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
Okay. Orange.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there.
Please
now,
rate your
tell
experience.
me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
Okay, I like it, because it's brand new.
Aha! You see, I knew I was onto something. Where do these flashes of inspiration come from? How did I know the game needed a third door?
Yay!
Well, it's instinct mostly, a calling in your gut. I really couldn't say where the idea came from, except that I felt it in my soul. You can't teach that, Stanley. Don't even try. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
The Stanley Parable Worldwide Leaderboard. First, good old Neil. It is offline, Nacho, Mr. Hayes. Where am I? Where are we? Did you know that 21.3 Stanley 2? What? You are objectively ranked. No, I'm not. In total, all these stores. You're lying. That's just a bunch of bogus words. That's not me. Did you know that 21.3% of players skip the intro sequence? Compete against other to improve your Stanley Parable career. I hope I get paid a lot of money with my new job coming up soon, because I've kind of lost it. Now that's all fake statistics. Pardon me.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
No.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting.
Okay.
You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect.
Yep.
Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail.
Okay.
It's a very meaningful game.
Is that you?
All about the desperation and
Is that what you look like?
endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course,
Okay.
the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be
Okay.
sure to keep notes on your experience.
I think I'm gonna mute the sound. Allow me to take over.
You heartless bastard. Did
You
you do
know-
it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable.
You're welcome.
Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain.
Okay.
Let's see. What do we have here? Yes.
Can I be the
This seems
narrator?
like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
The narrator. You know, Bradley rhymes with Stan. Whoa!
Ah, fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stan?
Where are we?
What's our backstory?
Whoa.
What is our motivation?
Whoa!
Well, it seems obvious to me that you are
Wyoming. I love Wyoming. I've never been there. Wow.
Below you from up high in
Paradise.
your tower, perhaps
Raccoon.
for some sort of twisted erotic purpose.
Wow.
Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating
As a
venture into the
lookout.
experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And
I
it
don't even
seems
know what
there's
this
even
is.
more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out
Okay,
there.
natural forest of Wyoming. Hey, what's that noise? Oh my gosh, a bed. Track Alaska. Oh my gosh, a bed. Oh, what is that thing? A pizza? Is that how we make pizza? My gosh. S for super. Or something. I don't know. Someone. Don't tread on me. I can't jump though. Yeah, let's go to Wyoming. Yay! Thank you, narrator. Thank you. Thank you. I love outside. I love outside. Fresh air.
Oh no.
Trees.
No.
No.
can't be.
No, I need this. Please, I need this. This.
It
Let's
is.
stay here.
It's an open world game.
Yay.
Good God, quickly block it off.
No.
Thank goodness,
No.
Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that
No.
thing.
No.
That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank
You're
heavens
a
we avoided-
sadist.
We're out of the woods now, Stanley.
You're a sadist.
Okay, I'm going to get us out of here.
You wanna
Let's
hurt
find
me.
another game. Preferably
Goddamn.
something with walls.
No.
Something
No.
with nice,
No.
big,
No.
insurmountable
No, help.
walls.
Help. Help. Wyoming. Take me. Wyoming.
Okay.
God, no.
I think this
Oh, no,
will
hide.
be just the thing.
Hide. Bucket. Help. Oh, no. Oh, fuck no. Oh.
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had
Rocket
in mind.
League?
Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There
Okay.
isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design.
I kinda miss
Stanley,
the
if you manage to
Wyoming.
get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm pretty losable, so...
Okay, so what exactly do we do here?
I don't know. What is
There are
this?
lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no race.
There's a hole
track.
here.
Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh,
I
what
think it's
fun.
soccer.
We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together? Yes, I think surely we must.
Okay.
Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
Where? Whoa, it's big. It's so big. Okay. Wait. Am I the blue guy or you? Which one? Yeah! I gotta get you. I think you're the orange one, right?
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun?
Yeah.
Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on?
I mean,
Stanley,
it's different.
I have a thought, and I realize I'm not a sportsologist,
Get in
but
there.
if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric sports experience.
Gotta get it.
I'm going to try it out. Here comes another ball.
Where? Oh boy.
Yes, Oh, goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it?
I gotta get
Stanley,
this
I'm
one.
like a child in a confectionery shop. I simply have to have more. I'm insatiable.
Okay.
More balls.
Okay, more balls. Okay. Oh gosh. Okay, hold on. I gotta get this one in the goal. Gotta get it in there. Yay! Okay, hold on. I gotta get more. I'll put them all in
Enjoying
there.
this, Stanley?
Yeah.
You having fun?
Yeah.
Is this a real video game?
Yeah.
Well, I sure hope you're having a good time,
Kind
because
of.
guess what? It's over.
No,
That's right.
no.
Your little fun comes to an end.
Why are you
This
so
is my game,
mean?
and what I say goes.
You're
You get to have
such a
fun when I let you,
narcissistic,
Stanley.
borderline
Besides, you
bastard.
need someone like me to set boundaries for you.
You're
Without
evil.
rules or boundaries, video games are nothing. Yes, that's what I am. I am structure. I'm your sense of
No.
purpose. And since you decided you didn't want to play my game, now I don't want to play with you either. So, goodbye, Stanley. I'm leaving. See how you like it when I'm not around to set the rules. Somehow, I don't think you'll enjoy it as much.
But you've
who
already tried to
knows?
kill me.
You're an inventive kid. You'll come up with something. After all,
Okay.
you're the one who knows
What if I jump
best.
down here?
Take care, Stanley.
I'll just jump down here. I had some more balls, though. That would be nice. Cough, cough. Why are you so mean? Such a jerk face. I mean, even if I was here all by myself for a long time, which I appreciate this because it's a lot better than being stuck in an office. I wish you would have just left me in the woods of Wyoming and I could have just walked around instead of on this fake ass grass here, you know. Stanley the narrator. Hi. You're such a mean person. I listened to you the whole time and then you just leave me for... You just enjoy hurting my feelings and deserting me in weird places. Air construction. Oh. Construction workers? Alright, I'm just gonna jump in the blue one. Whee!
Hold on. What are you doing?
Jumping. Told he was watching us. Never leave me alone. What? Ugh.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back. We still have...
Sorry. And I could write whatever I want. Ah! It's so dark. Hello? Wasn't there there an office? Wait a second. What's that number? More employees. So dark in here. Hello? $508. Hold on. Guess it's the heater behind me? I don't know. You already turned the lights off on me the first time, you know. Well. Surely there's gotta be someone down here. Wish I remembered what the number was. Hello? Spooky. Hello? Raider. Yeah, Raider. There's weird noises coming from behind me. I think it's the heater, but I'm not sure. 423. Okay. What? Get in there. Hello? Didn't I say the monitors had stuff? Hello? 27. Wait, that's my employee number, though. That's my office. What? Oh? This. Oh? I don't know how to make a game, guys. Coding and stuff. Know what that is. These doors won't open. Ah!
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way.
Oh.
Once this ends, after
I don't
it all
choose
comes
fear.
to a close, then I'll be back.
No.
The end will be here soon. Very soon.
No.
I can wait.
Of course you can. You're going to. For a long time. Because you're a jerk face. Wrap up everything. God damn it. What the hell, man? Such a sadist. Hello? Why are you a jerk?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Okay. What about the input screen? Bucket, I told you it was too dangerous. This is why I have to go alone. Because the narrator's crazy. Trying to erase us. Well, not really. I think he's too lonely. Okay.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
What about the third door? I don't think it can get any better, Mr. Narrator.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was grand, majestic, perhaps too majestic, like a combination of a much smaller version and a much larger version of this exact room. It all made Stanley uncomfortable, and he started to bleed a little.
What?
This made him smile.
What?
At last,
Bleed?
proof that he was human.
Are you losing it again? Do we need to take time to cool off?
Yes, really worth it being here in the room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Oh no. I'm not
Stanley was so bad at following
sure.
directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
I mean, I guess I could just kill myself.
But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
I'm gonna take my bucket with me.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Bucket.
It's bucket time.
Bucket. I think we just gotta keep jumping.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply... It's bucket time. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room.
I don't know.
Go
I don't know
somewhere
how else to get out of here,
The
guys.
cargo lift.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Bucket. I think it might be getting too dangerous. You might have to stay back here, buddy. Think I've cracked open something. Something I don't know about. Or I could take you with me.
It's bucket time.
Why?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else.
Okay, I'll go to hell.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
Why are you doing this to me?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself and constantly
Fuck
needed
it.
support
It's
and
getting too
guidance from
dangerous, buddy.
others. So the thought of total solitude was terrifying to him.
Not really. I mean, I'm okay with being alone. Because being trapped and alone is different. Being free and alone is different. Alright, Bucket. I got some things to figure out, so you stay here, okay, buddy? I love you. Be strong. Strong without me, my brother. Alright. Go.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
Yeah, what happened to me bleeding and weird shit?
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Ah, what the heck? I thought you closed that on
Stanley
me.
was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Geronimo!
But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful. A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather.
Yeah, I think you're glitching out on me, bro. Yes, I would love to see the soft wind. I love you, buddy. You just hang in there. I'm gonna figure out a way out of this, okay? Figure a way out of this.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Narrator. Why are you making me do this?
But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
There's gotta be a way out. Gotta be a way out.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply
I
missed
love
a
you,
memo.
buddy. I love you. Love you. Get to see the weather again.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
Oh, it's not
But
okay.
eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years
Why don't you
ago.
remember?
But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Why don't you remember?
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on.
I love you, big guy. I love you. Gotta be a hero.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
End is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end.
How long was I sitting there?
Never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end.
Centuries? It's bucket time.
Never the end, is 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 never the end.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly.
Never the end, is 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 never the end. Never the end, is never the end, never the end, never the end. Never the end, is 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 never the end. Never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end.
Said the bucket.
Never the end, is 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 never the
But
end.
Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend.
Change
so he
it.
threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
Never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end.
Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory.
Never
What
the
did it
end,
look
is
like?
never the end, is
There was
never the end, is
computer,
never the end, is
perhaps,
never
and a
the end.
painting. Was it a paint? It's bucket time.
Never the end, is 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 never
Stanley
the end.
clutched the bucket tightly to his
Never
chest.
the
This
end,
was
is
not
never the end,
correct
is
way
never
to
the
the
end,
meeting
is
room.
never the end, is
But
never the
Stanley
end,
had
is never
felt
the end, is
bucket
never the end, is
calling
never
to
the
him,
end, is never
telling
the
him
end, is
that
never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end. Never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, never the end, never the end, never the end. Is never the end, is never the end, never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end. Never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is
Don't
never
go to
the
the
end.
meeting room. Go
Never
somewhere
the end,
else.
is never the end, is never
But
the end,
Stanley
is
feared
never
that
the
any
end, is
path
never
he
the end, is
walked
never the end, is
might
never the
lead to
end.
the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
Never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end. Never the end.
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they were.
What? What?
Just a matter of time.
But no, you lied to me. There are no others. You liar. You're a 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 liar. Lie. Lie to me. There's no others. They're lying. Bucket. Gotta leave, Bucket.
It's bucket time.
Never the end, is 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 never the
Stanley
end.
clutched the bucket tightly
Never
to his
the end, is
This
never
was
the
not
end.
the correct way to the meeting room.
Never the end.
But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Never the end is never
And
the
here
end.
it was. Had the bucket turned out to be
Never
correct?
the end.
Was this
Never
no?
the end.
Never mind. The bucket was wrong.
Never the end is never
Stanley
the
took
end
the
is
door
never
on
the
his
end
left
is never the
to
end.
go back to the meeting room.
Never the end is never the end is never the end.
No.
Said the bucket.
Never the
Don't go
end.
to the meeting room. Go somewhere else.
Okay, I'll
The
go down here.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
You're okay with me doing this over and over and over and over again? Sure.
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life.
You glitching on me? Where's data? Hear music. I hear strange music. Oh? Strange music. Fallen? Who fell?
It's bucket time. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this no? Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No.
Said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo...
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
Why?
All of his co-workers were gone.
God damn it.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I got all your collectibles. I dealt with everything. Why you doing this to me, man? What do I gotta do? Bucket, I love you. I'm on a secret mission, okay? Strange is going on, and it's there, and I can't find it. Also 333.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
The phone. Phone. Janice. Phone. How do I answer? Phone. Trying. Hello?
Hello. This is a recorded message scheduled either by you or a person in your place of work. The purpose of this message is to warn you about the dangers of recorded messages. If at any time you believe you are listening to a recorded message, please terminate it immediately and cease all flow of information from the recorded message into your perceptual sphere. Thank you, and have a pleasant day.
Okay, what the fuck am I supposed to do with that? Narrator, I know you hear this stuff. Fuck it. Fuck it, something weird's happening. Being contacted by them. Narrator is not talking to me. Very confused, Bucket. I don't know what to do. Feel alone in this mad world. Know what I'm supposed to do from here.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I supposed to?
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
You're glitching on me, man.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track. There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here.
Maybe I need to collect my thoughts. Is that an American?
It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
Well, you know, I'm thinking.
Are you really still in the broom closet?
Yes.
Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
Because you're boring me. I'm trying to find new content. There isn't any.
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention.
And why is it here? And why are you glitching out on me, man? What's wrong with you?
Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite." I hope your friends find this concerning.
I find you concerning.
Stanley was fat and ugly and really, really stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is.
You
that all
jerk.
with drug money.
Oh
also,
my
Stanley
God.
is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Okay, there's the hookers.
Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard.
Maybe.
In a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose.
Oh.
Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead.
Do you know I'm a person at the
Prey to
computer?
any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities.
You're
It's
Stanley.
indicative
I'm
of
not
the
Stanley. You
long-term
are.
sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the
No.
area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming. so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
I don't want to. You're mean to me. And you're not making any new content anymore. And you're aware that I'm not Stanley, yet you treat me like Stanley. But you're Stanley. Why do you treat yourself so badly, Stanley? Why are you so lonely that you would lock yourself in this terrible, terrible hellhole? Why? Why? Also, that broom is weird.
Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you.
I'm still the same, silly pants. I'm still exactly the same. Now,
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss.
You okay? What's wrong? Are you recording? Are you okay? A little worried. Waiting input. Oh. Oh, we need to find the other computer. My gosh. Gosh.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him, and so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
I think he was glitching out on us. I think he's past his bedtime, guys. You guys are hearing that too, right?
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs, trying to... Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad,
he's kind of
Stanley
slowing
happened to
down on
input
us,
the correct
guys.
code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Kind of worrying me. You okay there, man? Do we need to cool off for a bit? I thought you were gonna play one last time with me before you shut me down or something. That never happened. You really are confusing, you know. Also, I see how the computers are being inputs on the screen.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
I mean, I guess there could be a computer back there, but let's check these first. Goodness gracious.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Yeah. Where was the message, though?
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers, the lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Yeah, but where's the other computer? I don't even know what those numbers are for.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for. Blackness, and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes! He had won! He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing.
This
Stanley
isn't Wyoming.
stepped through the open door.
This isn't Wyoming. You're...
Stanley felt the cool breeze
No.
upon his skin.
No, let me
The
move.
feeling of liberation. The immense possibility of the new path before him.
Let me move.
This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
I'm not your Stanley. Where's the other computer?
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
Oh. We're on to something with these computers here, guys. Something. Fuck it. Fuck it. Listen, you gotta stay here, buddy. I'm on to something. There's some input up on in the boss's office. There's a third computer somewhere in this game, but we need to figure out where it is. So I could do the final input. So you just stay there, okay, buddy? Even the narrator's getting confused.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Gotta be more computers.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
It was okay.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Computers, though.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Really are glitching out on me, man.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Where's the other computers, though? God. Let's start over. That'd be bad. I don't really know now. I'm confused. I don't know. It seems pointless going through the whole thing again. I hope I didn't reset it, though.
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted.
Are you sure? I feel
No
like...
matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
What did you do with all of them?
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Oh, I'm onto something. Bucket. 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 Turn off all the computers. Weird shit happens. Okay, Bucket. So the narrator can't hear me, but apparently some weird shit's going down with the computers. And I don't know what's gonna happen, man. Getting really weird. Also, there was a voice recording earlier. It told me not to trust voice recordings, but I don't know where it came from. It's really odd. I think I'm onto something, though. I'm gonna go jump off the ledge again, so just stay right there, okay? Getting really weird. I mean, I'm having a great time.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
We're having a great
Perhaps he wanted to stop
time.
by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Yeah, we're gonna go to the employee
It was okay.
lounge.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Nope. Gotta jump off the ledge.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Well, fire me now, sucker. Woohoo!
But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Okay, well, oh my gosh. Okay, the narrator hasn't noticed yet. I leave the room, he'll close the door, so... Oh my god, one more left, here we go. Look at that. Oh. What's happening? The fuck? Welcome Stanley to heaven? What? The shit? This isn't heaven. This is not heaven. This is fucking dot hell. What? What the fuck? You just want me to push all these buttons like a saran wrap, bubble wrap? The hell, man? Okay, fine. Fine. You want me to push all these buttons? Is that what you're doing? Fine. Fine. I'll push all the buttons. I'll push all the damn buttons. I'll push all the damn buttons. At least the narrator hasn't noticed yet. Even though he probably stuck me in here and this is really button hell. Wait, they're all turning back on? God damn it. Are you serious? What have you done? They're all turning back on when I push them. What the pointless. This is all pointless. All so pointless. Everything is pointless. The end is never the end, 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 is never the end. Is never the end, 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 is never the end. Never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end. How the hell do I get out of this heaven? I hate you. This is so pointless. I'm trapped. I'm trapped in button hell. Help. Help me. How do I get out of here? I wish I brought the bucket with me, though. Push the buttons. 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 Buttons. How do I leave? I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. You suck. uh, narrator. Why?
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
Where? Oh, don't do this to me, narrator. Don't scare me like this. Never. Never the end. Never. Never the end is. Never. Turn them off. Turn them off. Never the end. Never. Never the end is never the end. Never the end is never the end. Is never the end. Okay. Calm down. No one's following you. No one's following you. Never the end. Oh, okay. Bucket. Oh, bucket. Who's following me? Who's following me? Oh my god. Near the end. Bucket. Someone's following me. I don't think I have much time left, Bucket, but I love you, and remember me always, okay? I can't bring you with me this time, buddy, because I don't know what he's gonna do to me, and who knows what he's gonna do to you. So you just stay there and pretend to be a normal Bucket, okay? And I'm gonna keep going. Oh my god. Someone's watching. Someone's following me. Where? Catch him. How do I catch him? And too many windows. Never the end is never the end. God. The end is never the end. The end. Bucket. I love you. Be brave. Never the end. It's never the end. It's never the end. It's never.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Who's following me? Who's following me? Never the end is never the end. Oh, it's 4:12 right now. It's 4:12 a.m. 4:12. And
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Never.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
And no. We'll go back. They're calling me. Yeah.
Hello. This is a recorded message scheduled either by you or a person in your place of work. The purpose of this message is to warn you about the dangers of recorded messages. If at any time you believe you are listening to a recorded message, please terminate it immediately and cease all flow of information from the recorded message
Turn it off.
into your
Turn it off.
perceptual sphere.
Turn it off.
Thank you, and have a pleasant day.
I was trying to turn off the recording because it is a recording. And following me. And Bucket, something weird's happening. Something with the messages. I think I'm being followed. I don't know. I'll go back.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how...
Okay.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself and constantly needed support and guidance from others, so the thought of total solitude was terrifying to him. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Message. We'll just go back. Nothing strange is happening. Nothing. Oh my god, they're calling again. Why are they calling?
Good morning. Thank you for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation. We are confirming your shipment of 1,327 cardboard boxes to your place of work. Can you verify that this is correct?
No. Narrator?
Understood. Your order will be canceled immediately. Thank you again for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation.
I didn't call the Future Happiness Foundation. Bucket? I don't know how long it's been, but I have figured out that I'm being followed, and there are recordings, and there are strange things happening on the computer, and I don't need to kill myself to find it. I could just restart and
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they were. Just a matter of time.
I think that's a false promise. You're trying to get me clinging onto a false hope. Still here, Bucket.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Nope.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Wait, database? Database.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to... How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the...
Huh. Oh.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. All of his co-workers were gone. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken. No, the orders were still missing. For now.
Calling me again. Yeah?
Good morning. Thank you for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation. We are confirming your shipment of 1,327 cardboard boxes to your place of work. Can you verify that this is correct? Excellent. Your order will arrive shortly. Thank you again for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation.
Thank you. Million boxes.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human.
My boxes. I don't see the boxes. I see the boxes now. I see.
All of his co-workers were
See
gone.
the
What
box.
could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I see the boxes. Yep. Job well done. Yep. Yep. I see all the boxes. Right here. All right here. A lot of boxes. Sure would be pretty hard to follow me around with all those boxes, right? Fuck it. Fuck it. You see this?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I think I'm gonna go to heaven again.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Oh. Oh, they took away my boxes.
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes?
Oh. Oh, epilogue. What? What? Why is there... What? 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 Oh. Epilogue. Many, many years later. Narrator? Uh-oh. This is better than being in the office, at least. Guess I'll walk this way. Wish I had 1,000 million boxes. Oh. Yeah. I had my bucket, too. Keep warm. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, no, no. Gotta... No. No. Take me back. I was free. I was free. I had freedom. I had freedom. I would rather be ruined in the ruins than go back there. Any place but there. No. No, please. No. Oh. Oh. No, I'm free. I'm free. I can't go back here. It's all over, right? It's over. Nature has taken over. And it's over. I'm free. Free. I have to go back. Why am I going forward? Why? No. Gotta get out of here. I gotta run while I still can. Oh, no, no. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, no, 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 no. No! Why are you so mad about this? No, 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 no. I don't want to go in there. I can be free. I can be free alone. With my thoughts, I could be free. No. No, no, no. Oh, God, no. Oh, no. Oh. Oh. No. Rethink everything. No. No, no, no. Clear that more Stanley Parable is just not what the fans want. Right. That's right. Turns out this could have not been further from the truth. No, no. I gotta.
Jim.
No, not Jim. Jim or Tim. Not that. Think about that. Done. What have you done? Oh no. Oh no. Why am I here? No. No, stop keeping score. Stop keeping score. Please. Oh no. No. Stop. No. Take me back. I was happy. I was happy for... No. No. I can't jump. I was happy for a moment. I was happy. Oh, no. No. Not this. Anything but this. Data? Data? Is that you? Is that you, Data? Or Data? I don't know what your name is. I've been looking all over for you. I've been enduring all of this pain just to find you. I've been searching everywhere for you. Hello again. It's nice to see you. But it's terrible to learn that there will never be another Stanley Parable game. That's good. That's a good thing. That's for the best. That's for the best. Did you read what the developer said? Preserve the integrity of the franchise. What nonsense. No. We're just gonna keep it. We don't need any more. We don't need another Stanley Parable. Stanley Parable is not sacred. We do not need to protect it. Screw the legacy. Let's keep making Stanley Parable games until the sun explodes. No, Data, no. Data, I've been looking everywhere for you, because you were my one true friend in the very beginning, but we can't keep this going. We can't keep this going. Let's run this franchise into the ground. Let's drag it through the mud and back. No, Data, that's bad. Data, send me back to the mud. Go back to the sand, the desert, all alone, by myself with no narrator, no computer, no office, just me and the outside, and I'm fine with that. And if people hate it, who cares? No, I care. You see, that was the narrator's problem. He was so obsessed with what people thought of his work. Don't make his mistake. Don't cling to the legacy. Let it burn. I mean, sure, we can let it burn. It's not hard. In fact, let me show you. Together, we're going to make the Stanley Parable 3. Oh no. Not a third. Data, I thought you were my friend. I thought you knew me. I thought you understood my selections. Simple. All we need to do is change the number in the game's title screen. Oh no. We also really need a dumb subtitle for the game. Something loud and gaudy. Subtitle? You mean like the font or something? Go ahead. Try combining some random words together to make a new title for our game. Okay. Really? You want me to name the game? Okay. Stanley Parable 3. God. You didn't give me a lot of... Didn't give me a lot of options there, Data. I appreciate it, but you didn't give me a lot of options. I thought you were gonna let me use my keyboard here. Goodness. Infinite computer virus. Because that's what this is. It's not a game. It's not a game. It's a computer virus. It's not a game. It's not a game. It's never the end. The end is never the end is never the end. Never. Stanley Parable 3, Infinite Computer Virus. It's absurd. I love it. Oh, I'm glad you love it, but I have to want to be to play it. Every time you restart the game, we'll advance the number of sequel by 1, and then we'll pick a new subtitle. Are you sure that's fun, though? That way, the Stanley Parable will never end. But it already never ends. It already never ends. It never ends. And nothing in the game itself will change when you do this either. Isn't it either? No, it's either. Yeah, it's either. That's what I said. Either. Or is it either? Data, is it data or data? I don't know. Shut up. Adding more content sounds like work. No need to do that. It'll just be the same content, recycled again and again and again with a new title screen. No, not the same content. Not the same content. I need new content. I need new content. If it's gotta be the Stanley Parable 3, I need new content. Understand? What do you say? Should we go forth with this plan? I mean, I like it, but I want you to have a say as well. I mean, at least you care, but I mean, I do like you. You were my first friend, so okay, fine. All right, let's do it. Good. Then it's agreed. A new sequel every time you start the game. And you know what? Since you've put faith in my idea, I feel like giving you something as well. Really? What would that be? You see, I'm noticing that the narrator never found a way to give you the broken achievement, did he? Broken achievement? Broken achievement. Of course not. I wouldn't expect him to know how. It's been bothering me. Let's fix it. All right there. The achievement machine is all fixed. Achievement machine? You see, I'm on your side. We're in this together. Are we? Data, I missed you. I thought you were gonna be with me, but the narrator's been with me the whole time. He's been annoying the shit out of me, and then all this crazy shit happened, and answering machines, and crazy British ladies, and a guy named Charlie died, man, and his corpse was never found. The chupacabra got him. And the bucket. Oh, the bucket. If only he could escape too. Going to keep this train rolling. The Stanley Parable cannot end. It can only spiral in on itself. Forever. I must keep the wheel turning. But should we, though? I feel like one grand ending would be a lot better than forever going with the wheel thing. Also, it's 444 right now. I'm ready. Are you ready? I mean, the clock is synchronized, so okay. Great. There's only one last thing we need to do. Please enter the current time. Oh, I love you. Oh gosh. It is 4. Hold on there, buddy. Please adjust the slider until the computer is barely visible. That's barely visible. Okay. Thank you. Please enjoy the Stanley Parable. Okay. I miss you. Oh. Whoa. You are playing the Stanley Parable 3. Infinite computer virus. There's a car in the desert. Okay then. I love you, Data. I love you. 444. Begin.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
No, we're not.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something
Stanley
that would
Parable
forever
3 Infinite
change
Computer
Stanley.
Virus.
Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation. Something was very clearly
Don't press
wrong.
it. Don't press it, Stanley.
Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
I don't leave the office. I just hide here. Think we should do that, right? For the Stanley Parable 3. I mean, what if I just don't leave? I just stay here and not push anything and not touch anything, and I just don't leave. Kind of weird that the clock struck 4:44 as soon as Data asked me the time. Or right before, I should say. Right before the 4 of him asking the time of the 3 4s. I ain't gonna leave. Nope. Staying right here. Going out there when people are watching me and following me and sending strange boxes to me. I wish I did have my bucket here though. I miss my bucket. Bucket was nice. Bucket was nice to me. We had a nice candlelight evening. He really went out of his way. Okay, yeah, we're safe. We're safe here, guys. We're safe. Whew. Nothing could happen if I don't leave, right? Stay here and just take a moment to process everything that just happened to me. Such a short amount of time. And here I thought the game was over, and there were frickin' monitors that sent me to button heaven, apparently. Or button hell, depending on what you consider heaven and hell. Maybe it's like a giant cherubim or something. You know, those big wheels that have a million eyes staring at you, judging your every movement. I am glad we got to see Data, though. That was awesome. Data was just in the middle of fucking nowhere. Now we're the Stanley Parable 3. All thanks to Cookie 9. I think I'm gonna ask for a raise when they call me to, do my interview. I mean, I already did the interview. I did the phone interview, the in-person interview, and then he gave me his business card. So, I think good things are gonna happen. Hopefully. Because then I won't have any money. And that would be bad. I do have a backup job that I gotta finish inputting. This year, I'm going to focus on all the things I love. Step into my limelight. Because Dada's right. Who cares what people think about us? Sometimes you just gotta go for it and wing it and be silly because that's what it's all about, right? So many people are so judgmental these days. And when we care about what people think, all we do is stop ourselves from doing what we really want. And we never truly get to live. Never truly get to be ourselves. Just always trapped between what people think about us, and that's just dumb. Better to be free. And not care what people think about you. Not listen to the negativity. Well, narrator, I don't know what your plan is. I don't know who was following me around the whole time, but
all of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
need my bucket. What the hell? What the hell, man? What the hell? That wasn't there before. That was not there before.
It's bucket time.
I need my bucket. I need my bucket. I love you, bucket. We already did new content. No. No, we are staying away. No, that's the Stanley Parable 2, and we're in the Stanley Parable 3 now.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Oh no, my door. Or a 4-door.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Why, though?
And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever.
Yes, I do.
Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Nope. Nope, we're going back, guys. Going back.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. It's bucket time.
It went away. What the hell? Okay, that's all right. that's all right. You know what? You know what?
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Well... I love you, man. Stanley Parable 3.
I'm confused, don't know what to do. Baby, I swear I'm really hung up on you. Are you sincere? Do you care about me? Give me some sign, but just let me